Can't believe Matty Bear got too drunk and missed Dune 2. Can't believe it. I'm having these weird feelings of hyperactivity. I have so much energy and I don't know what to do with it. In those moments, I like to go through my backlog of stuff that I've been meaning to get around to doing. Are there any tasks or chores that you've been needing to get around to, or are there any old hobbies that you've been wanting to pick back up? We're gonna have to do another showing. We're gonna have to do a Dune double feature. It's a special edition weekend stream. I'm glad you're here for it. I got my water jug, I got a cup of coffee, I got a tiny little clementine orange, got a couple beef sticks. Dip, dip, dibbity doo doo. Dip, dip, dibbity doo doo. threw back an edible. You're getting me at my realist today. Send all your healing energy to Maddie Bear. They're hungover. It's a new show called Baby Reindeer. You think I'd be interested in? I saw somebody posted the trailer on the Discord. Was that? It might have been you, actually. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Right now I'm watching The Three Body Problem and Invincible Season 2. So once I'm done with one of those, I'll cycle in a new show. I like to balance myself to like 1 or 2 shows at a time. I hope Patrick Hernandez is okay with me using this song as my theme song. I haven't asked him, but I found that in life sometimes it's easier to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. You liked Three Body Problem? Yeah, I'm like halfway through it. Whew. We're in a tank top today. A lot of hair stuck on my shirt. Hey, everybody. Whew. I was mowing the yard earlier. I was out there mowing the yard. It's like, who needs to shower? I'll just go stream. We'll shower later. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. How's your weekend going so far? You doing good? You doing good? Hope so. We had movie night last night. We watched a great film. If you missed it, it's too bad. It's too bad. If you missed it, that's too bad. We might have to do another showing. We might have to do another showing sometime soon. I went grocery shopping and got so many deals I basically robbed the place. Boy math. I hope you're doing well wherever you're at. It's pretty nice outside here. It's a nice sunny day. It's gonna be, mid to upper 70s, so it's gonna be nice. The yard mode, which was a pain in the ass because I mostly had to do it with one arm, but we got it done. Nice but windy outside here. Sounds like great kite flying weather. Nice and windy. Feeling optimistic today. Do you remember when you first learned about the word optimism? I remember I was a kid and I learned about the word optimism and I was like, oh, that sounds good. That's what I want to try to be. Gotta stick with it, I fear. Feeling compassionate today? That's good. That's good. That's a good way to be. I saw Dune a while ago. It felt really incomplete. You hope Dune 2 is better? Well, just ask the people who watched it yesterday. Ask them what they thought of it. You don't have to take my word for it. I'm thinking we're gonna have to do a double feature. Part 1 and part 2. They also got confirmed that they're gonna make a part 3. You liked the Jason Momoa guy? Duncan, Idaho? I'm in one of those awkward moments where I just started streaming and then like as soon as I showed my face cam, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, you just realized that you have to go to the bathroom. So I'm just gonna try to hold it. I don't want to just go to the bathroom right away. Watched half of Dune 2. Dune 2 is good. Don't worry about me, chat. I can hold my poop for a little while. I'm just gonna keep drinking this coffee. What I've noticed is that while I'm at home, my body will react to the slightest notification, the slightest awareness that I could poop. And my body's just like, well, might as well get that taken care of while we're here. But whenever I go on vacation, whenever I'm away from my home field advantage, maybe I'm out camping or something, my body just starts to retain its it just starts to retain. I go days. Anyone seen Wonka or Cats? I haven't seen either. Cats the movie? I heard that there's a version of that film because apparently when they did all the CGI for the Cats movie, they left in all the buttholes. They actually had CGI buttholes on all the cats, but then they went through and they digitally removed all of them. So apparently somewhere there's a butthole edit of the film. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Apparently they made the whole movie and they had fake CGI cat buttholes on all of the cats, and then they realized this is kind of weird. So then they went back through it and they digitally removed all of the buttholes, but that version of the film with all of the buttholes in it is probably still out there somewhere. Anyway, let's redirect. We're getting started off. We got the question box popping off. Let's get to it. Any advice on how to deal with ergophobia and imposter syndrome? These are both related to anxiety. Anxiety is the underlying cause of both of these other conditions. So what I would recommend doing is trying to tackle that underlying anxiety. If you can practice handling your anxiety and regulating your anxiety using the built-in mechanisms within your body, controlling your breathing, just regulating your nerve response. Ergophobia. Ergophobia, the fear of work. You know what I mean? I get it. I feel like nobody Well, some people like to work. Some people are like, hell yeah, work. It makes them feel useful. And it is useful, because we need people who do work. Because if nobody worked, we would just be laying around doing nothing, which I guess would also be okay. Huh. Ergophobia is the irrational fear of work. Whenever you talk about something being a phobia, what we're talking about here is it is an irrational fear. Meaning that the fear of the thing goes above and beyond any realistic, fear response that one should have to that thing. Someone who experiences this may find themselves enduring a great amount of anxiety at the mere thought of working. The gold standard for dealing with any phobia is exposure response prevention. Basically, you would have to try to find a job that you enjoy, a job that you like, something that might not even feel like work. Something that you can actually look forward to doing, something that's satisfying and fulfilling to you. Perhaps something where you can work at your own pace and work in a comfortable environment. As is the case with virtually all other phobias, anxiety is the most profound and debilitating symptom that is experienced. A person with this condition would probably have fear surrounding a lot of the job process. Applying for jobs, interviewing for jobs, going to work, having a job. Fear of being judged and criticized at the job. And it all ties back to anxiety. So in this situation, anxiety is what you're trying to work on. Anxiety is that underlying thread that fuels all of these other fears. People with this condition may also develop depression as a result of feeling inadequate. So, that's ergophobia. Ergophobia. Any advice on how to deal with ergophobia and imposter syndrome? Imposter syndrome very often takes place in a work environment, so to me it makes sense that both of these would be going on because they're very related. When it comes to dealing with imposter syndrome, positive self-talk is helpful. Reminding yourself that you are skilled, you are knowledgeable, and that if there is something that you need to learn in order to do your role better, you have the capacity to learn it. You don't need to know everything, you just need to know where to go if you need to learn something new. Is it fair to call something irrational when the anxiety comes from a real lived history like perfectionism or rejection sensitivity? It's irrational whenever we're not able to regulate those emotions using rational logic. When you think irrational, it's something that just doesn't really make sense logically when you look at it. Or when you know. Like, sure, could it happen? Like, maybe you have some lived experience. It's like, sure, could it happen? But is it likely to happen? Like, what are the chances of it actually happening? Probably very, very, very low. So in that case, if we were to follow rational logic, we would want to go with, okay, well, it's not very likely to happen, so I shouldn't be that worried that it's going to happen. I've helped you a lot. I'm happy to hear it, Notorious Gamer. I'm happy to hear it. You know, I feel like we all carry our own wounds. We all have the scars that history has laid upon us. It's about how we continue to grow. It's about how we continue to go, even if we feel like we're at the bottom. If you're at the bottom, you got nowhere to go but up. So my advice for these things would be try to find the most low stress, work at your own pace, calm type of work that you can do. And when you're in that situation, just continue to provide yourself with positive affirmations. I'm doing good work. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. This is, helping me feel like I'm contributing. This is helping me feel useful. This is helping me pay my bills. Reframing is going to be a huge tool in this as well. Just learning how to challenge your thinking and redirect it into a more helpful way, a way that serves you better. Also, when it comes to imposter syndrome, it's really common, especially for people in really high-end fields. Like doctors will have imposter syndrome. And it's because the more you learn about a thing and the more familiar it becomes to you, the more it seems like just common knowledge, the more it seems like obvious. And so what we forget is that not everyone knows what we know. We just know it very well, so it feels like, duh, of course I know that. So it doesn't make you feel like you're actually filling the role that you're trying to fill, because you feel like you're not being challenged, or you feel like, sometimes it just takes a little bit of time to recognize your own skills and to learn how to congratulate yourself whenever you have a success. It's like even me, I'll sometimes feel those feelings of imposter syndrome in regards to mental health stuff. And I have to remember, it's like, no, not everybody knows this. You actually do know a lot of stuff. It's just that you know it so well, and you've been, thinking about it for so long that it's just secondhand information to you. It's easily accessible. It's easily available. It feels easy. And you feel like it should feel harder than that. Just try to embrace a growth mindset. Realize that you're still learning, you're still growing, and if you don't know something, then you can learn that thing. You just got to believe in your own ability to get to where you're trying to go. The only way you actually get stuck somewhere is if you believe that you're stuck. Just like the elephant at the circus. Remember the story of the elephants at the circus? When they have a baby elephant at the circus, they'll tie a rope to it or a chain, and they'll put a tiny stake in the ground. It's a stake that's strong enough to stop a baby elephant from pulling it out of the ground. And so what the elephant learns is that I'm not strong enough to pull that stake out. And then when the elephant grows up and the elephant is strong enough to flip over a house, it gets held back by that tiny little stake. It could easily pull that stake out of the ground. But it remembers that it wasn't able to do it before. And so it still believes that it's gonna stop it from being free. Same thing happens to us. Stuff that may have held us back when we were younger might not hold us back anymore. We might have gotten much stronger since then. It's just that that change from then until now has been gradual. So you might not have noticed the progression as much. So sometimes you gotta test your might. The marathon runner fit. Thank you. This is my yard mowing fit today. It was like sunny and 80 degrees. I'm like, oh yeah, we're in summer mode. Sun's out, guns out. I live in an apartment and the AC has been broken for a week. It hasn't been that bad, highs in the low 80s, but every time I explain to them it's not working, I feel like they don't believe me. They just keep asking me to run the AC for hours, and I take photos with timestamps showing it's not going down. I don't know what I'm feeling. Frustrated? My electric bill is going to be crazy because of how long it's been on. I just wish I felt believed. Since it's not over 90, they aren't required to fix it immediately. The first guy tried to explain to me how the AC works. Then he would realize that if you just run it constantly, it will freeze your coolant lines and it will make the air conditioner not work. Did he tell you that? Because that happens. If you just run your air conditioner constantly like they're telling you to do, it will literally break your air conditioner. Did they tell you that? That's if you have like a single unit. I'm not sure how it is in your apartment. Is it like several different individual air conditioner units, or is it one air conditioner unit for the entire complex, or like for the whole building? Kind of depends. But since they're charging you for it individually, that makes me feel like it's part of the... It's part of like an individual air conditioner unit. No, that shit'll happen. You run your air conditioner too long and it causes the pipes to start like freezing up. Saying. I'm just saying. The first guy tried to explain to me how AC works. I lived in the South longer than he's been alive. I think I know how to operate an AC. Yeah, it's not that hard. You turn it on and the house becomes cooler. If you turn it on and the house doesn't become cooler, then the air conditioner is not working. I guess this is a vent. I have seasonal rhinitis and asthma, and having the windows open has fucked me up. If they're telling you to just leave it on for hours, you don't have to do that. You could just tell them that you did. Just so you know. You don't have to actually. I mean, if they're just gonna feed you a line of bullshit so that they don't have to come out and fix your air conditioner, then you can also feed them some bullshit so that they can come out and fix your air conditioner sooner. It's like if they tell you, hey, just leave it on all day, just be like, I did, what now? If it's just running all day, but it's not getting cooler, then it probably needs to be recharged. Probably needs more Freon or whatever. Landlords suck. I'm sorry you're dealing with a shitty one. Damn. Well, hang in there, buddy. Hang in there. Try to go hang out someplace cool if you can. Just keep pestering them. That's what you gotta do with landlords. You just gotta keep pestering them. No peace until they do what they're supposed to do. Also, isn't it weird that they're not required to fix something immediately? Don't you think that that should be a condition of the fact that you're paying them for rent? Aren't they obligated to fix things in a timely manner? Otherwise, what's the point of paying them rent? Otherwise, you're just being extorted. Oh, wait. Landlords are extorting people. DM me for ways to stay cool without AC if you want. He's just gonna show you a bunch of selfies of him wearing sunglasses. He's just gonna say, look how fucking cool I am in this picture. That's right. He is fucking cool. My therapist is missing my appointment upcoming to go learn about EDMR. Why is she going to learn about electronic dance music at a rave? I think you've got it a little confused, friend. I think you've got it a little bit mixed around. What you're talking about is actually EMDR. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. EMDR is a technique that was developed by trauma therapists, and it uses eye movement to help your brain process and release traumatic memories. It's interesting. If you know how dreams work, if you know what dreams are like, whenever you're dreaming, it's basically your brain shuffling information around. And dreaming is just kind of the byproduct of that process. But while you're dreaming, you're also going through your REM sleep, which is your rapid eye movement sleep. So there is some correlation between eye movement and relocation of information within the brain. We know that there's a connection there. We're not exactly sure why that is or how that works, but we know that it does work. And we know this because we know that people dream, and that's what happens. But anyway, EMDR, they'll have like a bar of light that you follow with your eyes. And then while you're watching that light, you start to talk about the memories. And so what this does is this engages both sides of your brain. We call that bilateral stimulation. They can also use sounds or tones. If you have like visual processing problems, you can also get a similar effect by using sound that moves from left to right. Or tapping on your hands. So basically, what we theorize is happening here is that trauma basically gets stuck in your short-term active memory, which is what we call your working memory. And what we're trying to do is move those traumatic memories out of your working memory and into your long-term memory. Because your working memory is the right here, right now, this is happening as we're speaking type memory. And when you have trauma wedged in that part of your functioning, that's when you start having hallucinations. That's when you start reliving. That's when you have flashbacks. It's because that trauma is basically still caught in the part of your brain that's trying to figure out, what is this? How do I handle this? How do I process this? It's just stuck there. REM defrags the brain? Pretty much. It really works to make comparisons between the human brain and a computer because we based the designs for computers on how our brains work. Our brains work in the same way that a computer works. Human brains invented computers, so of course we modeled them after what we know. Not her saying she thinks it'd be great to integrate into our sessions. She also apologized because she'll be new at it. I told her it's okay, I will be too. So this was your question, Maddie Bear? Honestly, the cool thing about EMDR is that it helps to have someone who's really proficient in it and really trained in it, but that's not necessarily what you require in order for it to work. You can actually have some benefit by practicing this on your own, but just make sure to take it at, a pace that you're comfortable with doing. You don't want to re-traumatize yourself. That's why, you do this with a therapist, is they're going to do it in a way that's not going to re-traumatize you. But if you find yourself caught up on certain memories, using eye movement and then talking about those memories can help that information to be transported to a different region of your brain so that it becomes less present. It starts to feel more distant. It becomes a part of the past. So yeah, that's just one of the theories as to why it works, because it's similar to the replication of REM, which makes a lot of sense to me. Also, eye movements directly impact a region of the brain called the thalamus. There's a thing called the thalamocortical binding, which could have something to do with why people who are born blind don't develop schizophrenia. I'll need to remember that. I'll need to, for my future research. Whenever I found out that people who are born blind don't develop schizophrenia, that was like, oh, I need to start thinking about that. I need to start theorizing on that. That's actually really interesting. So maybe the thalamus has something to do with the progression of psychosis. And because of that thalamocortical binding, meaning that the eye movements impact that region of your brain. I don't know. Just something to... I'm gonna leave that tab open in another window so I can remember that for later. Never thought about that? Yeah, if you haven't heard this before, this is actually true. And you might say, but there's probably somebody, and it's like, okay, but over the course of recorded medical history, meaning millions and millions of people's medical records, there are 0 documented cases of a person born blind, meaning you have congenital blindness. 0 reported cases of people born blind developing schizophrenia. There's some sort of unknown connection between visual processing and the development of schizophrenia. People don't know what it is. Thanks for the information. I'll try to remember EMDR. Maddie Bear, I think you'll do just great. Maddie Bear, you're the type of person who, when I see, your outlook and your mindset and your attitude and everything, I say, this person's going to do great. This person's going to respond really well to therapy, and they're going to be just fine. I feel that way about a lot of you. No, EMDR is really cool, and you can actually do it at home if it's something that you want to try out. I would recommend, if you're interested in EMDR, try it with a therapist first. And then if you feel like I'm starting to get it, maybe I could try this a little bit more at home. This is something that you can possibly self-administer. Prince Harry did EMDR? Oh. So this video is self-guided EMDR therapy, the risks of re-traumatization. That's what we worry about. So if you're worried about re-traumatizing yourself, I wouldn't try to do EMDR on yourself. But that being said, if you feel like I've come to a pretty good place in my life and I'm ready to revisit my traumas and process them in a healthier way, and I know that they're not going to overwhelm me, then that's a pretty good indicator. The first therapist you saw online wanted to do EMDR, but you were skeptical about... yeah, that kind of would feel a little interesting. My therapist is having me look into peer counseling, like becoming a peer counselor, I mean. Nice. Do you want to be one on the Discord too? We've actually we started a peer support team on the Discord. So I think you'd be a good addition. The peer support specialists, whenever I worked at a mental health facility, they were always really cool. People with lived experience in dealing with mental illness, helping other people who are currently experiencing mental illness. They found that a peer support specialist in some instances can actually be more effective than like a doctor or a therapist for some people, because that lived experience is honestly so important. Being able to hear from the person that you're talking to that I've been through this too, rather than you're just hearing, I see where you're coming from. I can appreciate how that would be difficult. Rather than somebody who's just trying to have empathy for you, it's somebody who's like, oh no, I've been through that. Really helps. They have full guided sessions on YouTube. Try these at your own risk. Obviously, it's not a replacement for professional treatment with a trained practitioner, but if you're curious, if you feel like you're in a good place mentally, it's not the type of thing that I would have a person do if they were really like agitated or feeling, really caught up in their trauma. This is the type of stuff where a person's like, okay, you're in a pretty good place right now. Now I think is a good time to revisit some of those old traumas and just, decide on what is it that I want to keep, what is it that I want to let go. I think I need therapy too. Ditto. I feel like we both could use it, friend. They have all sorts of videos. Right, anyway. See, the thing about therapists is that we all understand that everyone could benefit from therapy. And so, believe it or not, telling someone that you think that they need therapy isn't really the insult that you think it is. If anything, it's you expressing concern for my well-being. This to me is an act of friendship. You're saying, hey, friend, I think it would be good for you to work on yourself, get some positive affirmations, revisiting your coping skills. So thank you. Thank you for that great suggestion. I mean, you can keep trying to make me mad at you, but it's not gonna work, alright? It's not gonna work. I'm gonna win you over eventually. Because you need somebody to be nice to you. You don't need another person to be mean to you. This is an update of sorts. Alright. We love updates. A long time ago, I mentioned that I would apply for an internship for a congressperson whose ideologies don't coincide with my own. Very interesting. Must be really exciting working on a congressional campaign. I'd be working in a small office with 2 other people, answering phone calls and pushing our congressperson's agenda, as is the job. I feel so conflicted, but as you said before, this is a learning experience to see from the other side, and it's only for a short period of time. I must have an internship to finish my degree, I just don't want to feel like a sellout. There's a DSA meeting next Saturday that I'm going to go to, my first time, but I feel like that will help with this feeling of conflict. No real question, just a vent with all this conflicted feelings. I'm happy the interviews went well, and I'm more than likely going to get the internship, and I'm going to make the most of it. Just look at this as practice, alright? Great work, by the way. This isn't you selling out on your values or your virtues. This is you getting experience in how a political campaign is run. You're going to learn some invaluable information here that's going to help you going forward to achieve your actual goals. Your only goal here is to learn and to grow so that you can apply that to future situations. There's a quote from Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Know thyself as you know thy enemy, and you will know victory across 1,000 battles. Knowing your enemy is just as important as knowing yourself. So this is just as important as anything else. So that's great work. Just keep working on that reframing. I'm your enemy? I disagree. Is it because I don't like chess? Be honest. Be honest, pure chess lover. I gotta say, I'm not the biggest fan of chess. But I feel like we can still be friends. Unless that's a deal breaker for you. I mean, I'm happy that chess makes you happy. That means a lot to me. That you're able to find joy in the ancient game. Besides, a real enemy wouldn't come up to you and tell you that they're your enemy. They would come up to you and pretend to be your friend. Just so you know. But I think it was cheese this whole time. How do you feel about cheese? Do you love cheese as well? I feel like some people just really want me to be mean to them, and I'm just like, go look somewhere else. I'm like, that's just not me. I'm gonna treat you like a friend whether you like it or not, buddy. I find that when I do something that could upset someone, like saying something without thinking or accidentally breaking something, I immediately put myself in their shoes, get overly upset for them, and then feel discouraged. Sappy with the 2 years? Let's go. 2 years. 2022. What were we doing back in 2022? Has it been 2 years already? Feels like just yesterday. I find that when I do something that could upset someone, like saying something without thinking or accidentally breaking something, I immediately put myself in their shoes, get overly upset for them, and then feel discouraged. They might not even care about what I did as much as I do. I then recognize that me being so upset makes that person feel bad, even though it's my fault. How do I keep a good balance of self-awareness and underthinking? Alright, I got you. What we want to try to avoid doing is thinking for the other person. Allow the other person to communicate to you what it is that they are thinking, and then just use your best judgment to determine, okay, are they being truthful and open and honest, or are they being a bit more reserved? You want to let them feel their emotions too. We don't need to get upset for them and then potentially change the way that they would respond because now we're upset too. Am I mad at you? I could never be mad at you. The only people I get mad at are capitalists, okay? And Nazis. How about the next time that something like this happens, redirect that energy into just the most genuine and sincere apology that you can give, and then offer to make it right. That's the thing about this sort of thing, is like, typically when these sorts of things happen, if you give a genuine and sincere apology, it makes it much easier for the other person to forgive and to move on. It's those situations in which you don't get that apology that you're looking for, that's the kind of stuff you hang on to. Accidents happen. Accidents happen, so just, be honest and genuine and sincere in your apology. Let them know that you didn't mean to say what you said, or you didn't mean to accidentally do the thing that you did. Because it's because how you respond to it really determines what the other person is gonna do after that thing happens. It's like, if it just starts to escalate and you start getting upset and then it just becomes a whole thing, it's like, we don't want to blow it out of proportion, you know? I guess what I try to do is I put myself into the other person's shoes, right? Like you're doing, like you're trying to put yourself into their position, but what you're doing is you are putting yourself in their position. You're not actually viewing the situation from their perspective. Like when you're trying to have empathy, you're trying to be the other person. You're not just trying to wear their clothes. So, what I try to do is I try to give the apology and make amends in the way that I would want someone to make an apology and make amends with me. Just watch how they respond, watch their body language. They'll communicate to you in different ways that they are upset. So just instead of assuming the worst and assuming that they are very upset with you, because this is a self-defense mechanism, if we just automatically jump to, oh, they must be so upset, it sends us into gotta fix it mode, gotta make this right mode. Just offer your genuine and sincere apology, and then allow them the time they need to be angry if they need to be angry about it. And just try your best to make it right. That's all you can do. Mend it and move forward. Water under the bridge. I think the reason why we overhype these types of situations is because maybe we are accustomed to emotional volatility. Like maybe our parents were very hot and cold. Like maybe you did something and they were either very mad about you for something that was relatively insignificant, or you did something and they just responded almost like from a detached way, like they almost like didn't care, they just couldn't be bothered. Because when we deal with inconsistent emotional responses to our faults and failures, we learn to expect the worst. So maybe in some ways you've learned to expect the worst response when you do something wrong. And that's why it puts you in this mode. Just try to think about it. Just try to think about it, and just what I say to myself, if I do something wrong, it's like, what can I do? I can apologize, and I can try to make it right. It's best to give the apology as early as possible and as often as necessary. The offer to make amends or to make it right, that might take some time before you get to that part. You might not be able to make it right away. Sometimes there needs to be a cooling off period. Conflict Resolution 101. If one does not see that they did another wrong, though, then there will never be an apology. There may be. If you're able to sit down and have a conversation about it and just try to establish an empathetic connection with this person, then maybe you can get that apology that you're looking for. But sometimes you have to really sit down with a person and say, here, look at this. Let me show you this. Let me walk you through this so that you can understand it from my perspective. But some people don't want to do that. That is true. Some people would rather die than apologize. For some people, the fear of apologizing is worse than the fear of death. Which is just so silly to me. Like, admitting that you were wrong, admitting that you made a mistake, is so painful to some people that they would rather die than do that. Isn't that wild? That's why some people are so addicted to forgiveness. Think about religions that offer you the prospect of forgiveness, spiritual atonement. The slate is wiped clean. You can see why that shit would be addicting. Humans have an addiction to forgiveness. Can you blame them, though? Forgiveness feels fucking incredible. Being forgiven is one of the best feelings you can have. I think that's why some people have such a hard time forgiving other people, is because they know just how nice forgiveness is and they don't want to give that away. I won't say sorry, I'm a man. Just because the men you may have encountered in your life weren't brave enough to apologize and admit their own wrongdoing doesn't mean that you can't break that cycle, brother. But also that is fine, because you are right, I don't allow apologies here, so you are technically correct. How about this? Only real men are brave enough to apologize. How about that? Let me hit you with that one. I hope they're joking. This is kind of Joker coded. I have complex PTSD, and I don't have problems with fireworks, but cans of biscuit dough elicit a terror in me. If I don't have anyone around to open them, I try to pull them with a cloth towel, and if they don't pop from that, I will throw them on the ground hard and shut the door really fast before it hits. I mentioned this to my therapist, and he just brushed it aside. Really? Really? Your therapist? I'm sorry, but I don't know why your therapist would brush this aside, because this is what I would refer to as fucking softball pitch. Like, you were basically giving your therapist a fucking freebie. Like, hey, therapist, here is something that you could objectively work with me on, an actionable thing that I could manage in my life to practice my trauma response. And they just said, nah, not important. This is actually a great opportunity for practicing this sort of thing. This is something that can actually offer you a great opportunity to practice your exposure response prevention so you can learn how to de-escalate and learn how to desensitize yourself to this trigger. Damn, you really threw your therapist a fucking softball pitch. You said, here is literally one of my triggers, and they could have been like, you want to talk about how we can work on that? I saw a room would be required to open cans of pressurized dough. I don't know if it's the sound or the unexpected pop. Both. It's the sound and the unexpected pop. But what it also is a secret third ingredient that you might not have been aware of yet, and it's the hype. Because you know that this is something that you are afraid of, you now hype it up in your mind. Because it is a fear that you are recognizing as a fear. You know that this will frighten you and startle you and upset you. It is now casting a much longer shadow in your mind. Is this OCD, PTSD? I would say it leans more towards PTSD than OCD. But both are anxiety-driven disorders, so you have to remember that all of this is tied to that underlying anxiety. I was never beaten with Pillsbury dough as far as I know. It's the sound and the unexpected pop, and it's also the fact that you normally have it like right there in front of you. Having something explode while you're holding it in your hands is inherently startling. I have some ideas for some things that might be helpful for you, and I think this would be best if you worked on it with somebody that you trusted, whether it be your therapist or, just somebody that you're close to, somebody that you know is there to support you emotionally and who takes this seriously. Exposure response prevention. You have to slowly expose yourself to the thing that causes the response. We refer to this as a stimulus and a response. This thing that is stimulating you, the stimulus, is the can of dough. I don't get why we have to smack them around to open them who designed this. It's because they have to seal them at a cold temperature so that they don't take up as much space. Because as soon as you open it, they start to expand, and if they don't do that, then they have to ship you bigger packages, and it takes up more room on the shelf, and it takes up more room in the truck, and it's a whole logistical thing. But anyway, I'm just going to give you some examples. I'm not going to say that this is like the exact way that would work for you. This is just my outline for like, if I were to do exposure response prevention work with someone on this thing, this is kind of what I would do. I would obviously make some changes and some modifications based on your comfort level, and just you want to just keep it flexible and work as you go. Anyway. something we would start with is let's go to the grocery store maybe. Let's go to the grocery store and let's just grab one of those containers of dough from out of the refrigerator at the grocery store. You know that none of these are going to pop because otherwise they would be popping all the time and they would be popping all over the grocery store. So you know that you're not going to have the pop. You want to expose yourself to the can of dough in a situation where you know that the pop isn't going to happen. So you go do it at the grocery store. You pull it out of the cooler, you hold it in your hand for a little bit, and you tell yourself, this isn't going to pop unless I want it to pop. And it's not going to pop right now. This is food, it's safe, and it's not going to hurt me. Even if it does pop, it's only going to startle me. And if it startles me, I can try to get a laugh out of it. And then you put it away, you put it back in the fridge. Work done for the day. But you want to keep doing stuff like that and then slowly escalate to, okay, I've got it in my cart, I'm going to buy some, I'm going to take it home. But you're still, you're thinking about it and you're reminding yourself of all of those things. This is food, it's safe, it's not going to hurt me. Because you're trying to rewire your response to it in your brain, and that takes time and practice. That's why you do this gradually over time. And then you just take steps upwards as you continue to work on it. If exposure response prevention is something that you're interested in, I would recommend talking to your therapist about it and say, I would like to do some exposure response prevention to this thing in particular that triggers me. Because if you can learn how to manage this trigger better, it can also help you manage your other triggers better. Learning how to manage any of your triggers teaches you more. It teaches you a little bit about handling all of your triggers. So anyway, just continue to ramp it up. Next thing you know, you're standing in your kitchen at home, holding it in your hand, and you're reminding yourself, this is food, this is safe, this isn't going to hurt me. Even if it does pop, it's not going to hurt me. It might startle me. But if it does startle me, I'm going to try my best to get a laugh out of it. I find that's the best response to being startled, is to try to redirect it immediately into laughter. They're both very primal feelings that kind of sit down in the seat of your gut. Laughter and dread. So it's pretty easy to make that jump from one to the other. Before long, you'll be popping open cans of dough in your kitchen like it's nothing. And you'll be baking biscuits and making sausage gravy in no time. Damn, I can't believe your therapist just wrote that off, though. That's too bad. That's too bad. That's something that I would have been like, let's work on that. You want to work on that? Like, if a client is sitting across from you explicitly telling you, this is what I'm dealing with and this is what this is what my problem is, like literally, like you can follow that lead. I'm sure your therapist had their reasons, though. I won't judge them. Everybody's got their own styles of therapy, and that, to me, is something that I would have followed up on. But I could understand why other therapists might not. Sorry for the long message in advance. Ooh. First off, this really isn't that long of a message. I've had messages that were 10 times this long, so don't worry about it. Second off, we have a rule here, and that's no apologizing. You're allowed to talk. You're allowed to take as much time as you need. So, you get a delicate bonk. A warning bonk. I've just learned that a girl that I've been texting for a month and who I would like to be more than friends with is harming herself and has tried ending her life. Probably is more behind that. I told her, look, if you think I'm going to stand here knowing that you're doing it and not do anything about it, you're wrong. I don't want to allow myself to let you do that. I want to help you through everything you're going through, and maybe I'm just some random guy for you. You are more for me. I don't care about anything. I want to help you because I really can't bear to know what kind of situation you are in and not help you. I think I may have rushed with things, but I wanted to let her know that she has someone to rely on in hard times. I want your opinion about this. I think it's really great that you care this much about this person in your life and that you don't want to see them harming themselves. It also takes a lot of bravery to step up and say something like this when one of your friends or somebody that you're close to is going through something like this. So I'm really proud of you for doing that. And she is lucky to have you around. So you want my opinion on this? I feel like what you said is fine. I think what you said is just fine. And I understand how important it is that you want to feel heard in this. But what's really important here is she's the one who is self-harming and she's the one who is feeling, very depressed and suicidal. And so she is the one that needs to be heard the most right now. So I think that the best way to support your friend in this is to listen. And just try your best to be supportive. Don't tell her how to feel. Just be there for her and let her know that you hear what she's saying. And just, if she's sad, just be sad with her. Just be there for her in that moment. And then just try to be supportive that way. A lot of times we find ourselves in situations like this. We have somebody that we really care about who's going through a hard time and we're just not sure what to say to help them. And it's not really about what you say. It's about your willingness to listen. I feel like a lot of the reason why people feel so depressed is because they are hurting and they feel unheard. So just be there to hear them. Allow them to share their pain with you and then just try to come together in that moment and just let them know that you're there for them, to feel that pain with them. And that they don't have to do it on their own. That's all you gotta do. It's not about what you say, it's just about being there. Let them know, like, I'm with you. I hear you. You don't have to tell them it's gonna be okay. You don't have to tell them anything at all. Just be there with them. But no, I think it's good what you said. You got your feelings out there, but now it's time to, just be there for her and listen to her. Allow her to share those feelings if she feels comfortable doing that. You want to keep the door open for her to talk to you about those feelings, but you don't want to pull her through the door. You know? You just want to keep it open and just try to be an inviting presence. Just allow her that safe place to talk about the things that make her feel very vulnerable. I would also ask questions if there's a good time to like ask questions. I would say try to ask questions like, who else have you talked to about this? This is important stuff. You should talk to somebody about this. Because when a person is going through this type of thing, you want there to be as many supportive figures as possible involved. It gives the person the best chance of getting through that hard time. It's when everybody shows up. So I would just continue gently approaching that subject, like, because this isn't something that just you should know about. This isn't something that you should be the only person that's helping her through this. This is a situation where other people need to be stepping up. Anyway. One moment. I need a water brick. Just watched a German video about scabies. Disgusting. Interesting way to spend your evening. Alright. Before I move on from this question, I just want to say a few things. Also, I just want to reiterate, you're a good friend. It's great that you're there to be supportive in this time. Just remember to show compassion and be there and be willing to listen. And try not to tell her how to feel. Just allow her to feel however it is that she is feeling. Sometimes when people self-harm, it can be really frustrating with trying to get them to stop self-harming because that's a coping skill that they have. They are engaging in a physical harm of themselves because there is a deeper emotional pain that they're struggling to deal with. And that physical pain is more manageable than the emotional pain. It's that physical pain that you can control that will distract you from the deeper emotional pain that you feel like you can't control. Because in a lot of people who self-harm, it gives them a feeling of control as well, over their life, over their feelings. And so what needs to be done is they need to learn healthier coping strategies to deal with those feelings that aren't harmful. And so I would just continue to, open up those as an alternative. Just continue to suggest those instead because you don't want to see this person that you care about hurting themselves. Just try your best to just be gentle, be compassionate, be patient, be supportive, and be there to listen. I'm done with therapy and I keep thinking, oh, I want to talk about this thing in therapy next week, and then I remember I don't have a therapist anymore. How do I transition from going to therapy regularly to not going at all? It's been concluded that I don't need it, but it's weird to adjust to not doing it, especially since I don't really have anyone to vent to. Should I make a diary, get an online therapist, vent to a stranger, or what? I got you. I got you. And this solution is actually going to blow your mind because it's actually way easier than doing any of those other things. And you will find that it will work immediately. All you have to do is ask yourself this one question. What would my therapist say about this? And what you'll find is your brain will come up with an answer. It's like, well, my therapist would probably say something like this. My therapist would probably say that I just need to continue working to let go of my anxiety and that things will get better. I just need to give my brain time to heal. Okay, cool. Let's go with that. That sounds good. Because you've learned what you need to learn. That's why it was concluded that you were done with therapy. Your therapist saw that you knew everything that the therapist was trying to teach you. So it's already up here. You just don't realize that it's in your brain at this moment. So just imagine what's going on in your therapist's brain. Just ask yourself, what would my therapist think about this? And then it'll bring up that therapeutic mindset that you have trained yourself to get into through all of this therapy that you have practiced. And so you'll achieve this mindset and you'll be like, okay, if I were talking to my therapist about this right now, they would probably say something like this. And then odds are you'll come really close. If you were to sit down with your therapist and say, like, well, I thought that you would say something like this, you'd probably be right. The reason why a therapist knows when therapy is done is because basically you get to a point in therapy where the client will just start like saying what it is that you want to say before you have an opportunity to ever say it. Just they're already thinking the way that they need to be thinking. They're already headed in that right direction. They've gained some momentum and they're cruising. What did my elementary English school teachers say about this? What I like to ask myself is, what would Mr. Rogers say about this? Whenever I catch myself being mean to myself, I ask myself, how would Mr. Rogers feel about that? You can also use me if that works. You can superimpose me. You'd be like, what would Papa B say? Just imagine a little me in your brain, and then what you realize is, oh, that's actually you. It's you that's imagining that version of me. You had it within you all along to do what it was that you were trying to do. You borrow that strength from me, and then you find it within yourself. Starting a diary is not a bad idea, though. That's also a good idea. I need to start wearing a heart rate monitor. Wouldn't that be interesting? You can see what my heart rate is. I just felt my heart rate spike, and I think it was partially due to the coffee, but partially due to the fact that I'm feeling pretty hyped. But no, that's all you gotta do, questioner. Just ask yourself, what would my therapist say about this? And then you realize that you had the answers all along. I almost joined the movie night last night, but I'm unfamiliar with the watch party voice chat style you used. When I joined him, I muted. I joined and left immediately because I was in a noisy room and worried. Haha. Actually, let me show you. We did a movie night last night on the Discord here. And if you look here, it's this movie night channel, but it's a special type of channel. It's a stage. So the only person that can actually talk in these types of channels is somebody with admin privileges. So if you're just a regular Discord user joining, it just basically puts you in a seat in the audience, and then the person who is on the stage, which would be, in this case, me, or one of my mods or something, they will be the one who is like streaming the movie. So everyone would be watching what the person who runs the stage is showing. So you don't have to worry about making any noise because nobody else in the chat can talk. Everybody's automatically muted. Speaking of, Dune double feature sometime in the future. Dune double feature. We might wait until it comes out on digital. Dune double feature. We'd have to take a break in the middle. It's like 5 hours. I'm turning 22. I'm turning 22 and I live at home with my parents. I feel shameful and behind in life. You shouldn't. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Because today's economy doesn't really allow for people to move out and have their own place as it used to be. Like, even back in like the 90s, I'd say. Like, things started to get really bad in the early 2000s. In the early 2000s, rent just skyrocketed. Here's the thing I want people to understand is you don't need to feel shame about living with your family. That's your family. It's okay to live with them. Most places in the world have intergenerational families living in one house. It's much more normalized in other parts of the world. It's a very American thing to have your own home when you're like a teenager, which is just wild to think about. Like, it's just not really feasible anymore. It's like back in the 50s, you could have one person working and then have enough money to like buy a home, have your partner stay at home and raise the children, and then also have money for like college and like vacations. And it's like, yeah, the system used to be set up that way, but it's been, decades and decades of capitalism just continuing to squeeze people. Because that's what capitalism does. It's a big fucking snake and it squeezes people. It's a constrictor. It's trying to wring every last dime and nickel and penny out of everybody that they can. Anyway. If there's anything to feel shameful about, it's about the system that we've allowed to perpetuate for so long. We should feel ashamed as citizens of the United States that we've allowed this shit to go on for so long without demanding more change. Marty the Party, thank you for subscribing. After I graduated high school, I lived with my parents while I went to community college in town. Because it just made more sense. It's like, why pay all that extra money to go live somewhere else in the same town so that I can be here to go to school? It didn't make any sense. It's like, if you really want to move out, like if your parents just suck and you don't want to live there for a while, then get roommates. Get roommates. But having roommates can suck. Like, some roommates can be really great. I've had some great roommates and I've had some really bad roommates. So I guess just look at it that way. Just look at your parents as roommates. It's like, how bad is it to share a room with them? If it's not that bad, then good. But no need to feel ashamed. You're not behind in life. You're right where you're meant to be. Just keep heading where you're trying to go. Shame's is an okay motivator. Like, shame motivates us to get stuff done. I'm not gonna lie. But is it the best motivator? Is it the most healthy motivator? Probably not. So, just focus on the things in life that you're grateful for. I find gratitude to be a much better motivator. Just be grateful that you have a home at all, because there's some people that don't have homes. You know, if your parents are decent people, that's something to be grateful for. Not everybody has good parents. When you were 18, the norm is still marrying out of high school. It's like, I think back to myself in high school, and I'm like, there's just no way. There's just no way. Your brain's not done cooking until you're like 25. Your prefrontal cortex, which is the last part of your brain to finish developing, is finished developing when you're on between 23 and 25. Is a little bit earlier for women. Around 23. And in men, it's around 25. A little bit later. Typical. Just try to focus on the stuff that you're grateful for. The people in your life that bring you joy. And then try to figure out the next step in wherever it is you're trying to go. Don't worry about all the steps, just worry about the next step. Like, we're over shame this year, okay? The next time you feel ashamed about anything, just remember, we're over shame this year. We're letting that shit go. That doesn't serve us anymore. Here, You're not gonna shame yourself into getting to where you want to be. You need to be cheering yourself on. Yeah, in some parts of the world, it's normal to have like grandparents, parents, and children all in the same family home. And they've been doing that for generations. It's not unusual. Plus, all that extra time that you can live at home and not have to pay rent, that's money that you can spend towards making all your other dreams come true. So, that is a blessing. So, like, I lived with my parents after high school because I went to community college nearby, and then I moved away for a couple years as I finished my undergrad, and then I moved back for a little while I waited to find a new place, and then I like started grad school. So, take advantage of no rent. Rent sucks. Paying rent does not feel good, okay? Paying rent feels really bad. Every time you pay rent, it feels like a punch in the stomach. It feels like, why am I paying this fucking scumbag landlord just because they own this property and I live in it? And it doesn't go towards me owning it. I'm just giving them money because they own it. And they don't actually take care of what needs to get done around here. They always give me shit and try to make me pay for it whenever some shit breaks. Paying rent is one of the worst feelings in the world, okay? It's one of the worst feelings in the world. It's up there with paying, like, traffic tickets. If you've ever had a traffic ticket, like, you had to pay a couple $100s or some shit, it's like, ooh, ugh. No fun. I'm eating less and less just to pay rent. At some point, I would just be like, I would try to find a group of friends where it's like, hey, do you guys want to all go in together on a mortgage and we can all own a piece of this house? I'm like, if one of us wants to buy out the others in the future, they can do that. You know, we can sign it over to them and they can. You know what I mean? Like. Oh, yeah, and then there's a convenience fee when you have to pay online. It's like, there's nothing about this that was fucking convenient. You know what would be convenient? Fucking auto payment. You don't have to auto pay. You make me go online every month or some shit. The online convenience fee is the biggest fucking ripoff in the history of humankind. It's so fucked up. It's like, oh, so now I'm paying for the electricity? So now I'm paying to keep the fucking lights on at your business? You're gonna take that much from me, motherfucker? God, capitalism fucking sucks. I'm glad that more people are waking up to that. Okay? I'm grateful that more people are waking up to that. It's like, ooh, yeah, we're really feeling it now, aren't we? It's getting pretty bad. It's getting pretty shitty. People are really feeling those effects of late-stage capitalism, and still they squeeze. And still they squeeze. let me get back to these questions. Sorry, but it's that edible I took earlier. That's why they don't want to legalize weed federally, is because if you take too much of the devil's lettuce, it turns you into a communist. Did I say sorry? Yeah, give it to me. Lay it on me, hold me accountable. The wink. I don't think Hollywood is our friend to bring down capitalism. Hollywood is there to distract people, and they're running out of ideas. That's why everything's just reboots and sequels. They're running out of good ideas. Which is why we finally got a decent fucking Dune adaptation. Because they had gotten through all the other ideas. Which is why they're finally starting to work on Warhammer 40k series online. You know, like, isn't Amazon doing, like, they're doing a Fallout series? They're gonna do, like, Warhammer 40k series. I'm like, oh yeah, they're really getting to, like, the fringes of nerddom for some of these series. They're running out of ideas. But thankfully, that means that hopefully there's a payoff for the nerds. Of which I am, you know, I am one of them. I will admit, I own it. Yeah, I heard the Fallout show was actually pretty decent, so I might check that one out. If they can capture the humor of Fallout, because my favorite part about Fallout was that it was funny. Like, sometimes Fallout was just, you know, so funny. My favorite one was New Vegas, easily. I played through New Vegas. God, I played through New Vegas probably like 7 or 8 times. It's the most I've played through like any game, probably. I mean, it's up there. It's in my top 3, probably. Gen X Cat Lady, thank you for subscribing. You only played New Vegas. New Vegas is so good. You never got into Fallout? Just try New Vegas. Because it plays just like an Elder Scrolls game, except you gotta use the VATS system. You have to use like the combat pause so that you can like aim for the weak spots on the enemy and stuff. It's so fun. I want to replay Fallout New Vegas. That game is so good. There was just so many different things you could do. There was a guy that I worked with. I was like doing therapy with him and stuff, and he was very autistic. Like, he was pretty like, he had a few things going on, but like, he was such a fun guy. He was a gamer, and I would talk to him about like games and stuff. He would just talk about like the way that we would talk about like ideas and stuff was through video game references. So like, if I wanted to talk about him, I had to refer it back through like the lens of like, he was really into Fallout 76, or not Fallout, he was in Fallout New Vegas, and he was also into Skyrim and like Undertale. And so, It's one of the strategies of therapy. It's like if a person that you're doing therapy with is into something, it's like try to get into that thing too so that you can talk to them through that lens. It gives you an avenue to connect with this person on a deeper level. But anyway, I digress. My boyfriend knows I'm struggling mentally. He's a great support, but I know he's having a hard time of his own. He doesn't like to talk about his feelings very often. I used on-campus counseling each spring because by that semester I'd be burnt out. They helped me with some ways I could help him open up or talk about how he's feeling, but admittedly, I'd have to read back my notes because it's been over a year since I've used those services. Would you have any strategies, such as conversation starters, when I recognize that he's upset? He doesn't want his feelings weighing heavy on my mind, but we have been together for years, and as someone who knows how important it is to talk, feel, and be heard, it hurts for me to see him hold it all in. I got you. Sometimes it's as simple as this question right here. Hey, what's on your mind? Just a sympathetic, genuine ask of, what are you thinking about? And then if they respond to that, then good. Then you can open up and just allow them to open up to you and talk about whatever it is that's on their mind. So, let's say that they kind of dismiss what it is that you're trying to say. Let's say you ask them, what's on your mind? And they say, oh, nothing. Or, they just give you some other dismissive answer. They try to, stop the conversation. What you need to do is re-engage. So what you want to do is you want to say something like, the reason why I ask is because, and then you just tell them whatever it is that you've noticed or whatever it is that you've been feeling that made you curious as to what they're feeling. You can say, oh, well, I just noticed that you're pacing around a bit, or you're biting your fingernails, or you're, doing some other, anxious thing, and it's just, it just makes me want to know, what's going on. So just open that door, and then just give him the time that he needs to build up the strength to take a step through that door. But just be there holding your hand out, ready to help him through the door whenever he's ready. Sometimes guys can be taught that their emotions aren't important, and so when you're taught that your emotions aren't important, it makes you dismissive of them and invalidate them, and when you're actually emotionally struggling, it makes you feel stupid because you have been taught, oh, your emotions don't matter, so they shouldn't bother you, but they do bother you. No matter how much you try to convince yourself that your feelings don't bother you, they do still bother you. And that's why people go crazy, is because they just allow themselves to invalidate themselves for their whole life. They just don't listen to themselves. And so when you're taught that your emotions aren't valid, you invalidate your emotions, and then it frustrates and confuses you and makes you upset because you feel like, why am I so bothered by this thing that I shouldn't be bothered by? You need to allow yourself to feel your feelings. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a strength. not having feelings isn't a strength. Having the courage to actually feel your feelings is a strength. To allow yourself to be overwhelmed by your feelings. If the only feeling that you are accustomed to feeling is anger, then of course you're going to be terrified of being overwhelmed by your feelings. You don't want to be overwhelmed by anger. It's when you make terrible mistakes. But it's okay to be overwhelmed by joy, or by sadness, or by grief. It allows you to feel it. You have to let it wash over you so that it can move beyond you, so that you can keep going and you can leave it behind. You have to allow it to move through you so that you can continue. Anyway. What if I'm overwhelmed by indifference? Indifference is the result of the part of you that is just the observer. It doesn't feel one way or the other about anything. It's a part of ourselves that we retreat into when we really just look inward. We just realize, the absurdity of everything, the insignificance of things. It's a way that we protect ourselves, by convincing ourselves that we don't care. It's a skill that we have because sometimes we need to be able to do that. Sometimes we have to be able to distance ourselves from an emotion. Sometimes we have to, like in situations of crisis, it's like, okay, I don't have time to think, I have to just act. But I don't have time to make the decision, is breaking my window a good idea? Because my car is in the river, and if I don't break this window, I'm not going to be able to swim out of here. Like, you don't think, you just act. But in that moment, that's the part of you lean back on. That part of you that's just your core. The part of you that just observes everything else that is going on within you. So what I would say to do is to try to care about that part of you too. The part of you that feels like it cares about nothing should be a part of you that you still care about, because that's the part of you that we retreat into whenever we have to act in moments of emergency. We don't have time to think or feel, we just have to do. That's why there's a part of us that can sometimes just feel so cold and cut off and indifferent to things. It's a safe place for us. Instructions unclear. Give that part of you a hug. Your boyfriend's lucky to have you. It sounds like you really care about him and you really want to help him open up. So that's good. Let us know how it goes. I don't know if anyone heard the news. I don't want to talk about it, but am I selfish that I want to at least graduate before a war breaks out? No. No, that's not selfish. Like, you still have to live. Like, you still have a life to live just because there's a war going on. Or there might be a war going on soon. You still have a life to live. You don't let fear run the show. You can't just spend all your days afraid of what's going on. You gotta keep living. So, nope. Not selfish. Essential, actually. It's essential that people keep living. Hang in there. I need to download this. Let's download that. I have the most random pictures saved in my picture drive because of all of like the editing that I've done. I just have so many random like PNGs and just like random bits and pieces of stuff, like little like bits of furniture or like bits of decor or like just all sorts of random stuff. You can find all sorts of interesting pictures of like pretty much anything that you would need, like a picture of an object if you're like editing something. Or if you're doing like a photo composite, it's like you need a picture of like a chair. Like you just type in chair PNG and you can find pretty much a picture of whatever it is you're looking for as a transparent PNG. On the rare occasions that you can't, you have to manually cut it out yourself, which is kind of annoying, but I just have so many random pictures. It's funny. Okay. Well, I need to add this. Just a moment. Just a moment. Please stand by. I just need that. I just need that to be able to pop up in certain occasions. So let me just... I just want to have that on standby. I feel like that's important. Sometimes that's all you can do. Just hang in there. Okay. I'm on the fence about this one, but farts are funny, so let's talk about this one. I can't stop farting every time I get excited. I rip non-stop. What would you suggest? Maybe a Gas X. Maybe an anti-gas medication. Also, what's your diet like? I've heard that you can fart a lot on a vegan diet. Are you eating a lot of legumes? Are you eating a lot of green vegetables? I would suggest whenever you feel like you got a fart, just let her rip. And then laugh at it, because farts are funny. Like, people get embarrassed at farts. I'm like, but farts are hilarious. You let that shit rip, and then when people smell it, you're like, yeah, that's right. Just let them rip. You just need to get them all out. Just need to let loose. See, it's because you're an anxious farter, it makes you hold back, and that makes you fart more because you're just gonna let out a bunch of little farts. You just need to let them go. Just let it, just one or two big ones. Just let them rip. Your boss farts in the middle of conversation and acts like nothing happened. I've never seen anything like it, honestly. That's so me. That's so me. I don't give a shit. I'm like, yeah, I farted. I'm like, we all fucking fart. I'm like, you want to talk about it? You want to bring up my fart to me? Maybe I'll bring up my fart if it smells especially gross, because that's kind of funny. Let's get a chuckle about it, and then let's walk to another room. Let's air out the room real quick. You don't want to have shame about your farts. It's natural, okay? We're trying to let go of shame, so stop having shame about natural things that your body does, okay? Thank you. Just let those farts go. What if everyone in the world farts at the same time? I feel like this is a question for the AI. I feel like this might be a question for the AI. I think the AI could help us with this. I think this is part of what AI was made for, if I'm being honest. This is putting AI to good use. Let's ask the AI what would happen if everyone on the Earth farted at once. Let's assume that everyone on Earth... Sorry, Earth should be capitalized. That's the name. Let's assume that everyone on Earth were to fart at the exact same time. What sort of effects would the release of methane and other gases have on the environment? people, etc. Alright, let's see what the AI has to say about this. The actual environmental impact would be minimal compared to daily emissions from other sources. Oh wow, we're actually getting a very detailed answer here. That's why I love talking to the AI. It takes any question 100% seriously. This thing just wrote a 300-word essay on what would happen if everybody on the Earth farted at the same time. That's why AI is great. That's why AI is great. The volume of the gas released. The average human fart is composed mainly of nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, hydrogen, and methane. Methane and hydrogen are the primary flammable components, but methane in particular is noted for its role as a greenhouse gas. An average person produces about 1/2 to 1.5 liters of fart gas per day, and the methane content in a fart is quite small. If we consider about 1/2 liter of gas per fart and about 7.9 billion people on Earth, that sums up to roughly 3.95 billion liters of gas. So it would be relatively small next to all the other stuff we do. We release more methane into the environment just in the other stuff we do, industrially. Our farts don't even come close. Also, cows are farting all the time. Cows are just eating grass and farting all day. They just eat grass and fart. Just like me. I know, it sounds like the life, right? It sounds like the dream. Honestly, I feel like if this did happen, it would have to be commemorated as a holiday. I feel like some people might even see it as a religious event. If everybody on Earth farted at the same time, there would be some people out there who would just be like, that was God speaking to us. God made that happen. God made us all fart at the same time to humble us. To remind us that we're all human, that everybody toots. What country farts the most, do you think? Oh. I love asking the super powerful AI questions that a 5-year-old would find funny. This is how I keep my inner child alive. I ask AI questions about farting and hold on, let me ask it again. Let me ask it another question. Let's assume okay. Which country on Earth likely farts the most or produces the largest volume of fart gases? Consider the diet of the population, the average amount of food intake per capita and the population density of the country. So, which culture do we think farts the most? Like, also, I want to have it consider foods that make you fart. Determining which country might produce the most fart gases is a bit speculative, but we can make some educated guesses based on diet, population, and food intake. Factors that influence the production of fart gases include the consumption of high fiber foods, protein, and certain carbohydrates that are not easily digested, which lead to increased gas production as they ferment in the gut. Based on population size, China and India would produce a large number of farts just because of how many people there are. Based on the dietary habits, they say that India would probably also be high in it because the legumes, vegetables, and whole grains, as well as dairy. Whereas I don't think the dairy is seen very much in Chinese cuisine. I think it does play some effect, but not nearly as much as you see in Indian cuisine. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, just based on what I have eaten here in America. High fiber diets. Many African nations have diets high in fibrous vegetables and grains. However, the lower total population compared to China and India might reduce their overall contribution. Okay, so it sounds like India produces the most farts of any country because of its population and in conjunction with its diet. However, the United States you might have less frequency of farting in the United States, but the United States diet probably produces the biggest, nastiest farts. If I had to guess, United States probably has the worst farts. Should I ask the AI which question has the worst smelling farts? It's probably the United States. I'm gonna give it up to USA. I say we got that. We're eating all those cheeseburgers and shit. Yep. We got that one in the bag, I fear. The American diet, it's all grease and cheese and red meat. It's like nasty farts. Anyway. Thank you for that. Thank you for enjoying that derailing with me for a moment. Just a little derail. They should have a fart Olympics. They should have every country in the world show up and get their best farter and try to find out who can make the biggest fart and also like the stinkiest fart. Like obviously there would be multiple competitions. It'd be like who can make the biggest fart, like the loudest fart, who can make the longest fart, which fart smells the worst. Would I be a judge? Oh, it it would be an honor to be a judge at the World Fart Olympics. It'd be an honor. I don't want to study, but I need to so I can get a good job. What do? I have zero career ambitions. I just want to say it's completely normal to sit down with somebody who is good at helping people find out what they want to do as a career and talking to them about potential options because they'll know about jobs that you might have no idea even exist, and it might be something that you're interested in. If you're in school, they probably have some people available that can do that sort of thing for you. It's okay to feel like you don't have zero career ambitions, but that's just because you haven't found the career path that makes you feel that drive or that ambition. You have to find something that calls to you. You have to find something that makes you feel that motivation. It's hard to fake that motivation. So I would just sit down and talk to somebody about it. You know, if you say you don't want to study, so I'm assuming you might be in school or you're like school age or something. So I would just say, you know, if there's a career counselor or somebody who can, you know, you can just sit down with and just talk to them about it, because that's a whole field of psychology, is helping people find out what it is that they want to do with their career. It's not unusual to, you know, feel some confusion or discouragement when it comes to that. Like sometimes you have to go talk to somebody so that you can find out that a certain type of job is actually a thing. So that you like, oh yeah, once you find out that it actually exists, you're like, oh yeah, that's something that I wouldn't mind doing. I wish I could use my gender studies degree more in the job market. Yeah, but outside of like maybe like counseling or advisory positions or something like that, it's like it's but some things, you know, you learn because there are things that you feel like you need to know, not because they're things that you want to do for the rest of your life. Some things are worth learning just because you want to know about them, not because you want to make them your job. Sorry, not sorry. So no boink. Okay. Okay. Fine. Since you brought it up, how do I get comfortable farting in front of my significant other? We've been together for years, and he says he'll even get me to give me a cake when I do, because I make such a big deal over it. I'm so nervous, I'd feel like I'd be embarrassed. No, he thinks it would be hilarious, because you want to try to think like a I don't know. I feel like this is an area of thinking that I think is traditionally viewed as more masculine, and that farts are funny. Like, we teach young boys, let her rip. That shit's hilarious. We get a laugh out of it. A big stink. But then we teach young girls to, try to be dainty and cute and to not fart, even though everybody farts. I feel like I'd be embarrassed. Do it for the cake. Anxiety says no. Do it for the relief. Do it for the relief of finally breaking that barrier. You know, that first fart will be the hardest fart to let go. All you got to do is just wait until that moment where you really feel a fart coming. You really feel a fart coming. It's right there. It's guaranteed. But you got to just try your best to hold it, and then you gotta find your way over to your significant other. You gotta find your way over, you gotta waddle on over there. You know that there's a certain type of walk you have to do if you're holding a fart in. Anyway, you go over there and you say, "Hey, pull my finger." Then you let her rip. You look him dead in the eye. You stare him down. You look him right in the eye, and you just let her rip. Just joined the stream. You're talking about farts. Yeah, somebody asked about farts. So we're talking about farts. Talking about farts from a mental health perspective is valid because a lot of people have an anxiety around farting. They feel a lot of like embarrassment and shame, and I'm like, it's fine. Everybody farts. Let her rip. And if it's a shart, heaven forbid, sharts happen. Sharts happen. It's one of the great equalizers in life, is everybody sharts. It's one of the drawbacks of a fart. You can't trust 100% of them. Sometimes one sneaks past, Sometimes... Never sharted in my life. The times when it happens to me are like times when I'm really sick. Like if I have like a really bad cold or a flu or something, it's like when I'm ill. It's like, oof. President Bush puked at a Japanese state dinner. That's really funny. It's very human. Every fart after the first fart will get easier. The first fart is the hardest one. So just when you feel one building up, just let her rip. Just get it over with. Just rip it off like a band-aid and get a good laugh out of it. Just stare him down and then start cackling. Farts are funny, so don't forget to laugh. Sometimes I make a shitty comment in a chat and get steamrolled, and then I just feel really bad for days. Don't really need advice because I know I'm in the wrong, just feeling like shit. Hey, I'm gonna offer you some words of encouragement. I'm gonna offer you some words of support. It's not advice. It's different. When you feel that feeling, you feel really bad, just don't forget to ask yourself, what can I learn from this? What can I do differently next time? Just try to keep that growth mindset. Is this cheese lover? Yeah, probably. I'm just gonna assume it is. No, it's probably somebody else. He's not here yet. He's not, he's getting there. He's working on it. Just allow that feeling of feeling like shit, allow that to motivate you to try to do better next time. That's all you can do. Is just try to learn from it, try to grow. You don't have to beat yourself up. It's okay to lift yourself up. How are we feeling? How am I feeling? How are you feeling? Sorrow. You know, you're so close to graduation. It's okay to save that sorrow until after graduation. You don't have to let it overwhelm you now if you don't want to. You can postpone it a little bit longer. So you know what? Once I've got more mental energy free, once I'm out of school, once I can have a clearer focus, that's when I'll worry about those problems. But there's not much that I can do about some of these problems right now. It's okay to do that. It's essential to feel your feelings, but it's also essential to know when it's okay to delay your feelings. Some people end up delaying their feelings inevitably. Or indefinitely. Indefinitely. That's the word I meant. 98 days until your ceremony. And I can't wait until the question box update that's like, I graduated. And I'll be all like, fun. Sent in a question, but I think it shouldn't be addressed in this moment. I'm gonna remove myself and go take a walk. Do you still want me to talk about it, or do you want me to wait until you come back? Or do you want me to... I have 2 questions in here. I'm not sure which one it is. Is it the long one or the short one? I've got 2 questions. I've got a long one and a short one. Is it the long one or the short one? By short one, I mean it's 1 sentence long. The short one is very short. What is jubilation and why do I think I feel it? Just try to get more familiar with it. Try to invite it in. Your brain likes it, and if you give it a suggestion on how it could feel, you know, it'll consider your input. There's 2 questions in here, but I don't know which one is the one that I'm supposed to skip. Do I take Q&A entries from the Discord only or from chat as well? We do questions in chat, and then there's a link pinned to the top of the stream where you can submit stuff anonymously through the Google Forms. It doesn't ask for your email or anything. Or it might ask for an email, but it doesn't actually save your email. You might have to have an email to be able to answer, I think. But it's all anonymous. The only thing that I see, the only thing that I have access to is whatever your response is. You know what's really nice? If you get one of these little oranges, there's this all this citrus oil in the skin. You can just kind of pinch it and squeeze it a little bit, and it'll start to it smells really nice. It smells really refreshing. I just really like a good citrus, you know. I'm gonna let the dogs out. I'm gonna go let the dogs out, and we're gonna try to figure out the situation with the questions. You were supposed to skip the second one. It's very obvious that it was addressed to me, the second questioner. Please delete all of these and move on. Oh, it wasn't obvious to me. I'm sorry. You gotta remember, I'm stupid, okay? So I'll just delete all of these questions then. Like, I'm sorry, I didn't pick up on that. Just a little bit of chatter conflict. If you want to talk through it with us, we can do that. But this person won't leave me alone. I don't understand what I did to them. Not no drama for a therapy stream. Just block them and move on. It's like, if you don't know this person that well, and they're just somebody you know online, like, just block them and move on. You can always unblock them later if you change your mind. Sometimes you just need some distance. You gotta protect your energy. I'm gonna delete all of these questions. I'm gonna go let the dogs out. So I invite you to enjoy this video. I tried to find older video, one that didn't have AI annotations. This is cats that will make you laugh your head off. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what it does. Oh yeah, this is already great. Alright, I'll be right back. Enjoy.
Georgie? No, Kitty!
Come on.
All right, this is what happens when she puts a onesie on. It's called beast mode.
Plan something a little more interesting than hanging out at home watching TV?
Do it one more time. Go ahead. Go ahead. Brutus's morning exercises.
Alex, come on. Come on. Come on, give me a cow hug. Come on. Okay. Yes. Cow hugs. Okay, you're so hungry.
See, it can't hurt you. Can't hurt you, kitty. Oh, kitty, don't be mean. Don't be mean, kitty. How am I gonna get all the fuzz off our sweater? Did you get it?
did you do? Grayson?
Sorry, I'm locked in. We're gonna finish out this video. It's almost done.
Sugar, get off your brother's leg. Shuggy, gentle. Jesse, what do you think of this crazy kitty? Attacking you. Is she crazy? Is she crazy?
Cats are fucking hilarious, okay? Don't forget it. I'm gonna start a new painting, and I'd like to hear some ideas from you guys. Note, I'm not that good at painting though. Well, the good thing about painting is that you don't have to be good at painting in order to paint. The only thing that you have to do to be a painter is to paint. The hard part is getting started. Sometimes, if I find myself looking for inspiration on what I should paint, I might just stare at the canvas until something starts to formulate in my mind. Or maybe I'll make like a single brush stroke with a certain color, like a color that I plan on using in the picture, and then I'll just kind of look at that brush stroke and be like, what does this remind me of? Like, what sort of shape does this look like? What can I make this into? Just start with that. It's that first brush stroke that can be the most challenging. But you'll learn a little bit more about painting every time you use the brush after that first time. In the beginning, you should paint because you like to paint and because it gives you a chance to express your creativity. Don't do it to try to be a good painter, at least not in the beginning. That's not what it's about. It's about becoming a better painter. So, paintings. Well, maybe something like I have an idea. A picture of like a UFO in a forest or something. This might be an easy place to start with some painting. You know, just some tree shapes. Doesn't need too many colors. You could, if you have black paint, you can make it dark. You can make it nighttime, or you can make it evening time, and you can make it like purpley and orange. I think paint a UFO. Relatively easy shapes for a person who's learning how to begin painting. You know, Trees aren't too hard once you figure out the little tricks to painting a tree. That's what painting's all about, just learning all the little tricks. In reality, though, just paint whatever it is you want to paint. Just try to keep it simple at first, because there are some skills in painting that can take a little while to master, like perspective, like depth, you know. That can be stuff that can take some practice to get a handle on. So I would just say start simple. Like do just like a still life or something. Like paint a bowl of fruit or something. Hey, there's a reason why they used a bowl of fruit to train people how to paint. That's why it's one of the classic like introductory painter's lessons. It's like, all right, paint this bowl of fruit. Because it teaches you about how light works and how shadows work, and it has you make some, you know, all sorts of different shapes to practice different brush strokes. So if you're trying to learn how to become a better painter and you want to like challenge yourself, I would say try to paint a bowl of fruit. You'll have to excuse me, I'm just still a little wore out from mowing the yard earlier. It was kind of rough. I had to mostly use my left arm. I feel like I need a nap or a snack. I might hop off and make dinner in about an hour. The biggest misunderstanding of bipolar. Biggest misunderstanding of bipolar is that you have to treat this person like they're a time bomb, or like they could explode at any moment. That's not what bipolar means. Bipolar means that you have depressive lows and manic highs. Sometimes one more than the other, sometimes mostly one, and sometimes rarely the other. And it typically takes a span of months or even years to move through these cycles. Like people who have bipolar shift at different cycles. And a lot of times it takes a long time to go from like a depressive low up into like more of a manic episode. The manic episode might be long, it might be short. And so the biggest misunderstanding of bipolar is that these people are unpredictable and explosive and yeah. I have bipolar 1 with auditory hallucinations. Do you mind if I ask you a question? Whose voices do you hear? Or what sort of auditory hallucinations are you experiencing? Also, do you have them during manic episodes, depressive episodes, both? If you don't feel comfortable sharing, that's fine. I'm just curious. I feel like the key to managing these sorts of symptoms is understanding these sorts of symptoms. The biggest ally for a bipolar person is understanding of their condition, awareness of their patterns. It's through awareness of those patterns that you can gain some strength and control in directing those patterns. I think the biggest misunderstanding is we have a horrible life, and that's not true with therapy and meds. I agree. It's also probably I think that is a really common misconception, and I think that's a really common misconception for most mental illnesses. I feel like there is a lot of misconception, and this is part of the reason why people can have such a hard time getting proper treatment, is because if they feel like, I have a mental illness, they might have this misunderstanding about what it actually is. They might not be aware of their own symptoms because they're like, well, it could be worse. Like, what I'm feeling right now doesn't matter because it could be worse. So I can't validate my own illness, my own suffering, because other people have it worse than me. You heard voices during both? That makes sense. Do you mind me asking what type of voices? Or is it the voice of someone you know, or is it the voice of like a stranger? Auditory hallucinations, it's like when you're lucid, you realize that these are just a symptom of what your brain is doing. Your brain is basically just having a thought, but it's hearing it in someone else's voice. And we become more vulnerable to that during moments where our mood is either very elevated, such as in a manic episode, or very depressed. We sort of get a looser grip on the comprehension of whose thought we're hearing, and we might hear somebody else's voice. I would just try your best to remember that this is just the voice that your brain is giving to the intrusive thought that you're having, and that it's okay to let it go. It's okay to take your power back. The brain is a remarkable thing in the way that it can just make us feel as if, I'm hearing something or seeing something that no one else can see or hear. I think what's important is just understanding the wounds that cause these types of behavioral patterns within us. If we can heal those old wounds, we stand a really good chance of managing all those symptoms. Papa, I have told you so many of my life traumas and current issues. It's crazy to know that you've heard them all separately and don't necessarily know all of them are me. Yet each time I drop a new question, you can almost connect the dots anyways. Like you know what I've gone through and the root of the issue for why what's going on might be happening. I'm in a rough transition period in my life, and finding help has been very hard. What you do has not only made such an impact, but it's great to have a community to come to when I feel alone or like I have no one to share my good or bad thoughts with. So thank you, Papa, and thank you, chat. Keep spreading this positivity. It's what's making the world go round. Hell yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you to say. I think what a lot of people misunderstand about like depression and mania is how those vulnerable mood states can make people have like delusions or hallucinations. It literally changes the way that your brain is working due to the level of emotional stress that you're currently under. Like, if an intrusive thought becomes bad enough, it basically ends up becoming an auditory hallucination. You start to hear it in somebody else's voice. Thank you for this submission, questioner. This is very nice of you to say. Fill my heart with joy. Now I'm curious, though. I feel like we'll have the reveal someday. Maybe we'll have the reveal someday. I try my best not to connect the dots between question box questions. Like, sometimes there are some obvious links, but just for the sake of anonymity, I try to treat every questioner like they are an entirely new person. For me, mania always means I need to go to the psych ward. Almost always. Almost always. What I want you to think about is the almost. What is it about you? What is it about your strengths? What is it that has helped you in those times where it didn't have to go that far? You gotta look back and think about it. You gotta think, that's positive psychology. We need to go back and review what has happened, but we need to find out, okay, what did work? What did help? Even if just a little bit. When it comes to learning new coping skills, they don't normally have a tremendous effect immediately. You have to continue to practice new coping skills so that the level of effect will grow. So whenever something helps a little bit, try to remember that, because with practice, it can start helping more and more the more wired you become for allowing it to help you. I know, but that person's no longer with us. She passed away from ALS. And losing that person might have made it pretty difficult, I feel. It must have been pretty difficult losing that person. And that can probably make you feel a little bit less stable, that person that helped you. What was it about them? What is it that you admired about them? What was it about them that helped you? We want to think, how do those things live on inside of you? In those times of trouble, you can look inward and say, what would this person want me to do right now? This person that I trust. That's why it's so important to have somebody that you can trust with your best interests. Because in times of trouble, in times of stress, you need to be able to trust that that person isn't going to mislead you or deceive you. They gave you peace and love without judgment. I'd like to see you practice giving that to yourself. I feel like that's something that you deserve. Peace and love without judgment. Take as long as you need to learn how to give that to yourself. It's worth it when you get there. Even if it takes you 20 years to learn how to do. It's worth getting started. There's a saying, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best time to plant a tree is today. So just consider what sort of seeds you planted a long time ago that are starting to grow, and think about what new sorts of seeds you want to continue to plant within you. so that you can continue to grow. You try to, it's really hard, and you try to, I believe you. That's when we're trying our hardest that we get stronger, and it gets just a little bit easier the next time. That's what it's all about. Really like the tree connections for some reason. You know, we have a lot in common with trees. Also, that relationship we have with them, like they convert carbon dioxide into oxygen, and we convert oxygen into carbon dioxide. We help each other survive. Keep going because she wants me to have a good and happy life. Remind yourself of that as many times as you need to. So just try to use that power of visualization. What would I be doing if I were just a little bit happier, a little bit more peaceful? Not where I'm trying to get, a year from now. I'm trying to figure out what can I do today to take a tiny little step in the direction that I'm trying to go. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna be taking a brief nap here over in the corner. Don't mind me. I haven't participated in an orgy in like 9 years. Well, there's a sentence I didn't think I was going to read today. What percentage of the population do you think has participated in at least one of those? That's not a bad guess. I'd say it's probably less than 10%. I think it's at least 70% of the people I know. Well, yeah, because even if it's only 10% of the population, that's still a lot of people. always underestimate just how many people are out there. Our brains just aren't really wired to comprehend thousands or even, you know, multiple hundreds of people. We only have enough room to know about 150 people really well. Somewhere between like 150 and 200 people. It's like we can know them well enough that it's like, oh yeah, I know this person, I trust this person. Like, I don't feel like I have to, you know, protect myself from this person. They're not a stranger to me. But anything beyond that, we start to lose that intimacy and the connection. It's village thinking. You know, we're kind of wired to live in like a village-sized population of people. Most of the people I know are former prostitutes, so I guess we're an outlier. You know, I have friends who are former prostitutes, and I gotta say, they've got some of the most interesting stories. No shame to the sex workers. It's the oldest occupation for a reason. It's the oldest occupation for a reason. I don't think I'll ever get to see 150 people to get to know. You know, when we start a commune, whenever we get the commune up and going, I'm thinking that's probably going to be the cap on the size. We're going to try to cap it at a little over 100 people, if it ever gets that big. Once you get past that, it's like you got to start a village. You actually have to, like, get a post office and stuff. This is the town of such and such. Welcome to the town of Green Groves. An orgy center. There were, yeah, in the designated yurt, I fear. It'll have to be a sister commune eventually. I think the goal would be to have some people who come and help build the first commune, that they would eventually go and start their own commune. Like back in, you know, wherever their preferred state is, wherever their, like, relatives are and stuff, if they want to, you know, get their family together and get their friends in to, you know. That's what a lot of communes will do, is like people will go there to like learn stuff, and then they will, you know, go about their day and go start their own commune. What exactly is a commune? It's basically the startings of a village. It's basically you and all your friends. You just start building, you know, a little village together. It's pretty cool. It's what they did. It's what we have been doing as people for thousands of years. Just going off and starting your own little community. We'll stop the internet here in probably a few minutes or during the night, so there's a chance I might not see the response of this question. I got it pretty early, so I hope that you're still on the internet. We're hearing planes right now, and it's been declared an emergency, and flights were stopped. I'm beginning to be a little scared, and I can't sleep, and I have an important place to be at tomorrow, and I don't know what to do. I'm using the stream to block out the noise and to keep myself calm during it all. I've been talking to my friend, and he said war won't break out between 3 countries during those 8 hours of sleep, and he's right, but I'm still scared. I feel like in this situation, you have a reasonable concern, you know, so I would say just, if it helps you feel better, like, pack a bag, just in case. You hope you don't need it. You know, we hope you don't actually need your emergency bag, but just in case you have to, like, pick up and go, it's like you'll want a couple pairs of clothes, some water, maybe some food. Just enough to, like, if you have to literally, like, get up and start walking in a direction, that you'll have enough to make it, like, 2 days, probably. I mean, that's probably what I would do. I mean, of course, your friend was right. Like, just try not to worry. Try to just, you know, find as much peace as you can in this chaotic time. But I feel like, you know, taking a reasonable effort to just to calm your worry, like, just in case something does happen, it's like you will be prepared. I feel like that's not a bad thing to do if you have a reasonable worry that something might happen. Volunteer to help with animals. Alright, perfect. That's one thing covered. What we need to do is I need to go down to the farm, and we need to, like, have a few more people down there, and we all just need to, like, get a machete so that we can start forming a path that goes down to the river. Start getting to work, put the yurt together. Plenty of area to camp out there if, you know, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun down on the farm. Questioner, I'm hoping that everything will be alright. Just do what you need to do to keep yourself safe. Try to keep living your life, but also take some steps to, like, be prepared just in case things do change. You hope that things won't change, but you want to be prepared just in case things do change. Whatever can give you that peace of mind, you know? That's probably what I would do. If there was, like, an emergency and they're, like, stopping the internet and they're stopping, like, flights and stuff, I'd be like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna pack a bag just in case. Just in case. We're not gonna expect it, but we do want to just be prepared just in case it happens. It can help your anxiety a bit by just helping to feel a bit more prepared. Hope for the best, but be prepared for the worst. Like, you never know. Like, I just want you to keep safe, so I'm hoping you won't have to, like, do anything like that, but I feel like if things do like start getting crazy, it's like I'd rather you have that bag. I would rather you have that bag and not need it. You know what I mean? Like I'd rather have you pack a go bag and never have to use it. And I feel like that would be valid and fine. You know, it's like you would want to pack it but then hope to never need it. It's kind of like learning a martial art. It's like you learn a martial art, you learn the art of self-defense, and then you hope that you never actually have to use it. But it's better to know it and not need it than to need it and not know it. You're going to copy the important files on your flash drive too. There you go. I haven't checked the news. What's going on in the news? Where can I find a news that isn't terrible? Is this just stuff that's going on between Iran and Israel? I'm assuming. Because they like started a drone attack and shit. If I remember my geography, Jordan is in the middle. Yeah, Jordan and Syria are both in the middle, in between Iraq and... okay, so yeah, you've got Iraq, Jordan, and Syria all in between Iran and Israel. Just try to stay safe, you know? I would also just try to figure out, you know, like what direction would I try to head in? What direction would I try to walk in? If I really do just like have to get out and like literally just start walking. Maybe an idea of what direction. Probably it's best to just walk in the opposite direction of the fighting. Wow. Yeah, I hope things don't continue to escalate, but just do what you gotta do to stay safe. We'll be thinking about you. I would be nervous to admit how many of my questions were me because I sometimes feel bad at how many questions I ask. Though I tell myself it's because I haven't been here very long and have a lot to get off my chest. The more questions, the better, actually. The more questions that you ask, the more that shows that you want to learn and grow. So I think it's cool. The more the better. Like asking a lot of questions just tells me that you're really committed to your own self-reflection and self-awareness and growth, and those are all good things. Nothing to be nervous about. Asking for help is a strength, alright? we feeling, everybody? How are we feeling? I'm feeling a bit pooped, if I'm being honest. I got time for a few more questions if anybody has any questions they'd like to go over. I'm just starting to feel a little hungry. I need to go make some dinner. You've been trauma dumping here for months. It feels great. Good. Good. You know what'll feel even better? Taking everything that you learn and forging the life that you want to live. That'll feel even better. How are you feeling? Content? That's a good one. Content is a good one. Just a nice, calm, happy state. Content is a nice default. It's a good place to be at a baseline. So I would say, if you're seeking joy, don't start by seeking joy. Start by seeking contentment and work your way up. Moved out from your husband's place, making progress. Oh, let's go. Good shit. Feeling concerned. Yeah. Yep. I do think it's really cool how our community spans the entire globe. Isn't that pretty cool? This wheel is missing hungry. I feel like hungry. How would you describe hunger, or the state of being hungry? It's almost like an emotion. It's like a combination of like longing or like desire. Craving. Yeah, it would make sense that hungry would probably fall somewhere in the love and fear section. Somewhere in between love and fear. We eat for a love of food, and we also eat for fear of dying. I had a Kit Kat quesadilla. Huh? Sounds quite American. It sounds like something you'd get at an American state fair, where you get like fried Oreos, fried Twinkies, funnel cakes. It was from Taco Bell? Swedish Taco Bell had Kit Kat quesadillas? Oh no, wait, no, it was Spanish Taco Bell? Hold on. Oh my goodness. You're right. What? Wait, this is from the United States? This is from the United States in 2017. Is it something like this? It happened at a few different locations in this person's state. They had Kit Kats and then Twix quesadillas. What? Looked like that, but 2024 in Madrid. What? There's nothing online about it. Oh, they do have it. Oh. Okay. That looks, that looks really good. It's not a good picture of it, I fear. Kit Kat Chocodilla. So it's like melted Kit Kats inside of a quesadilla. It sounds pretty good. It sounds like a sweet crepe almost. Honestly, apparently they were making them with Twix too, and I think the Twix, I'd go with the Twix. Apparently they tested this in Wisconsin in the United States in 2017. It's one of the benefits about living in the Midwest is that you get all of the experimental new fast food recipes and stuff. They often will use Midwestern locations to test out new items for their menu because the demographic is just, I guess that's what they're looking for. I'm not sure how I feel now after learning about the existence of this thing. The internet went out for a brief moment, but it looks like it's back now. Yeah, I briefly disconnected, but I think it's all good now. Yeah, I was just saying, I'm stunned. Stunned, I fear. Yeah, think back to 2017 when our biggest worries were, should we put Kit Kats in a quesadilla? Life really has changed a lot since then, hasn't it? Gagged. That should be on the wheel. Gagged. We should make our own wheel. Can't stop thinking about orgies and Kit Kat tonight. Guess you could bring a chocolate fountain. Chocolate fountain to the event. I'm sure that'd be a real hit. I assume it's normally like a potluck type thing. I have no idea how this sort of thing would be arranged. I assume it's like a potluck, people bring stuff. Bring a chocolate fountain. And thinking back to this question, I just want to remind this questioner, it's like, asking a lot of questions is a good thing. It's okay to let go of that nervousness. Asking questions is a good thing. It means that you're taking your mental health seriously. That's what you should be doing. It shows you're an active participant in your own wellness. That's a good thing. I think I'm gonna go start working on dinner. Alright, everybody. I think that'll be it for today. How about we come back tomorrow? Try to start streaming more, so might be back tomorrow. Stay tuned. On a Sunday? Perhaps. I'm feeling spontaneous. Anywho. Thanks for the weekend stream. Thanks for hanging out on a weekend with ya boy. I need to go make some dinner. Switch through some laundry. Alright, everybody. Have a good night. Take good care of yourselves. See you next time. Bye, everybody. Bye. Oh yeah, what'd you think of Dune 2? If you saw Dune 2, what'd you think? It's so good. Never seen it. Don't worry, we'll do a double feature. Do a double feature one of these days. Okay, bye-bye.